Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Hi, Wong. Hi, Brian. Hi, Devin. Uppies for cute kobolds. Oh, so early. Oh my god. Oh my god. Early uppies? Oh my god. Hi. I actually went to a bunch of places this morning. That's why I'm very late. I'm preparing for the trip that I'm gonna go next week. So that's why. I was in the pharmacy for quite a bit. Buying a bunch of stuff. Just a bunch of stuff for me, like to prepare for the trip.
Hey, hello, you don't understand. Where are the subtitles?
It's open. Hi, Snow. Hi, Nexus. Kinda love that wiggle. Maybe I should find Rec Doc for it as well. It's so good. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. So I bought a bunch of stuff to help me with like, we have like a travel kind of thing, where you eat so that you don't have like a, you know the feeling when you're on an airplane and then you will feel like nauseous. Yeah, that feeling. I have a medicine for that. Sniffer? Like the, I don't know what to call them, but yeah, I have that one. And then recently, I mentioned that I have heartburn issues, right? So I actually went to the pharmacy, asked for like a prescription, and then they mentioned that, oh, there's no need because my condition is not severe, it's mild, it's like not even serious. So they gave me like a very nice looking packet of, what do they call this? Guess out. Botanical beverage mixed beetroot powder with kombucha powder. Easy steps. You tear open it, you squeeze it, and you drink it. Inside a small packet. This one. So they gave me that one. It's like, yeah, okay. And the travel agent is here. Yeah, something like that. We also went to went to a place that's like kind of far to get some breakfast. Actually, yeah, it was breakfast. And then we were doing a little bit of shopping this morning, so that's why I'm very late. But it's all good. Gonna prepare for next Friday. That's 7 days. Oh god, I'm gonna fly soon. Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Oh. It's okay. Don't think about it too much. I mean, I should think about it, but not now. Not now. Now it's time for Atelier, right? So I think today we should be able to get my Ling along to level 20 or something. Maybe, probably, possibly, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I miss Brick. Oh, I mean that's Brick in the pond, right? See if you can fish Brick. Brick brain. I love this one. Brick brain. Well, that's not Brick. I'm gonna open up Atlas now. Oh, before I open up Atlas, I was playing World War Z Aftermath with my friend. This one. Played for about 3 hours. It's very fun, honestly. I would say there are some things that this game does a little bit better than Left 4 Dead. Alright? Especially like during Horde, you feel like the Horde is coming. It's not just like Horde, but it's like Horde. There's literal mountains of zombies like swarming your way, and I think that's really cool. right? I think that is like the highlight of this game. It's super satisfying to like go through hordes, then just like throw a bomb, explode, and then all the corpses just like fly away, something like that. I think something like that is like super satisfying, and I personally like it. Okay, the zombos, just don't get infected. You should be fine. Alright, let me open up Atelier, and then let me close this one. There we go. I mean, I don't blame you. And zombos is kind of... They look delicious, but at the same time, I don't think I want to eat them. Maybe I shouldn't eat them. I probably should not be eating. I don't know. Food with legs? Isn't it a lot of things? Question mark? What? Should I? Should I host? Should I don't know. Oh, there's a Shivan. Ow, hi Zerain. What happened? Fake zombies? Yeah, fake zombies. I'm gonna host, it's alright. Nothing's is it just me or is it smaller? I mean, it's the same, right? We are gobbles, and then gobble. I'll make it friends only. And I'll make it 8 people. I'll make it 8 people so that my PC doesn't explode, alright? Essentially 2 teams, right? I'm too thick. Mega thick. I'm not as thick, but my dragon is very thick. We are gobos. We are gobos. Just gonna fish and stuff out. Am I hopping in? Oh yeah, sure. Yes, you should host. Oh, I did. Why did? Unfortunately, I don't think people want me in, so I'll like, what? But I mean, I don't mind people joining. I mean, if I'm hosting, I don't mind people joining in. Unless people gave me a specific reason to not want to let them in, then yeah. If not, then feel free to join. Yeah? Why not get in there? You don't want me in? What happened? Oh, it's the pistachio. Oh. Oh. We were from that far? Okay, spread shot is good. So we're still trying to do catacombs 12 to 8. Yeah. Good. Money. Wasn't there an update? Did the update not fix this? What? update didn't fix this? Oh, brother. Seriously? This update and then no one saw this issue? Someone must have experienced this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I would want you in, you are neat. Zerain. I never talked to Zerain ever, but from a lot of people I heard Zerain's pretty cool. A nice Zerain. Slibikor. Are you serious? The update didn't fix this. The update. What? I'm so confused. Did they really not fix that? Well, I guess they didn't. Huh. 60. I mean, this one heals for 150. How much of do I have? 88. I don't need that much. I'm just gonna sell boop, all these. Gonna buy a few of. And then buy a few of. And I'm just gonna. I have 30 gig. How much ping WoW has? 200 ping. I always feel bad when people join my room because like most of my friends are not from Malaysia or like from Asia area, so people are gonna play with like 200 ping plus. Like, the curse of being a Malaysian. I cannot believe it. You got 300 with Merm? I got about 250 with Merm. Sorry, let me check something. Journeyman lagging. Level 7. Oh, that one sucked. Alright. Let's do the 12 to 18. Whoa. So War has been constantly playing with ping. Then hi. Hi Jade. Oh my god, it's Jade. Also, I forgot to mirror myself. I have been mirrored. Oh yeah, Patty. Oh, okay, thank you. I was funny how to add Patty. Patty. Going in. I just love doing dungeons, to be honest. I don't really like exploring as much. I'm angry. shot. I can decrease their defense a little bit. Good shot. Oh, wasted that thing. I forgot to heal. It's okay, I have tear. Damage. Ow. Nice, thank you. Aloha. Oh, Nexus join. Whoa, Nexus. Nexus can come in. Kobo, I have reached the part of my life where I start to enjoy Murim. What's a Murim? Aren't Malay Taoist? Oh god, what's a Taoist? Oh, Tao? Dao ah. I don't think they are Dao Are they? I think not to my knowledge. I thought Dao is more a Chinese kind of thing, question mark? Ooh, look at me, I'm so good. Hi, Nexus. Oh my god, it Nexus. Murim is one spiritual journey to godhood. Well, I don't know anything about that, to be honest. When it comes to spiritual stuff, or like just like I Violet Duval. There is clear bolt pretending not to be three combats in a trench coat, probably. Oh my god, hi Violet. As I was saying, I myself personally am not much of a religion. I'm not religious. When it comes to religion stuff, I usually just like, okay. Oh my god! Yep. Bullshit. You're a kobold religious dragon. But then aren't we talking about Malay? I mean, okay, my kobold self definitely dragon naho, but me personally am not really a religious kind of person. Like, if you're talking about me being a kobold, then yeah, definitely. Dragon all the way, oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my god, wait. Moisturize? Okay. Let me get the loot first. Loot. Loot. Pets turn into a puddle? Oh. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Yeah, they should change how Bo behaves actually. Oh. I wish they'll let me do my skill when I'm shooting and I don't need to wait. You see the skill bar there? You see these things? When I'm shooting, I have to wait for a little bit before I can cast my skill. Definitely not a big fan. Hi, Zantik. I should probably drink first. Apa itu yang cantik? Nice. That was easy. Oh. I have this. No? Okay. Not much of a good equipment this run. Oh, it's a fight. It's a fighter. I'm not a fighter though. Yep. Hi, Aquaboard. Oh yeah, Golem chest piece is a lot stronger. I think next one we can get is a monolith chest piece, I think. Yeah. Let's go complete the quest. We should be able to do the keep within now, I guess. And then we can stop farming this one at least. Hey, Aquaboard. Yeah, I think we can just not do that anymore, and then we can go for the keep or something. Morning. Hope sleep was good. Temporarily regenerates 3 health over time. Is this even good? Nah. Ooh. Rage Ball. I guess we should be able to do the mech boar thing first. Mech boar spear, mech boar slain. We did kill pigs now. The damage is not bad now. After applying Venom shot? So buy the Scotch Heart candy in the kobold's mouth. Oh, I get a free candy. I'll take it. Free candy. We kill boars. We kill boars. With a smiley face because we are kobolds. We kill boars. Oh wait, no, boars is not this way. I'm stupid. Oh. they're bullying Nexus. Gator needs to work, but Gator wish happy stream. Thank you, Chip. Good luck with work too. Thanks for stopping by. And Kobo wish Gator a good luck with work. Ooh, that's a cool ball. Wait, that's not a ball. Ooh, new ball. 10 to 19. 19 to 35. Wow, you suck. Oh, it's a level 8 weapon. I'm here, you cute, let's cuddle. Cuddle sounds good. Hi, Evening. Welcome. Hi? Chainmail leggings. Oh, are you like a mage? I can buy Magpul spear from you? I don't think I need that. Make spike bow. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay. I need 6 more Magpul spear. Ow. Whoa. Through the wall? Oh. Nice, 2 more spear. Hi, AC Tiger. Gibbon Combo? Combo is killing them like crazy. And then level up. Okay, doing it. No more? I'm done. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do the west wing and east wing sigil. So it's at the Crescent Keep, right? I think that's at the Crescent Keep. I'm gonna run away. They don't know that the kobold ran away. Sneaky. Too many skills. I want the dash long jump. Double tap the dash button to do a long jump. Cost 3 stamina. Hold the dash input to bounce. Oh. Oh my god, did they use up all my stamina? Wait, whose quest is that? Oh, Angela. Okay. Nice is this one. I guess we're going to Crescent Keep. I'm 17. I think I'm 15, right? Oh, I'm 16. Oh! So one more and I can use this. 27到44. Yeah, it's a lot more stronger. This one is still so cursed. I cannot believe they didn't fix this one. We're gonna go Crescent Keep. Crescent Keep to do the attune west and east East Siju. I don't know if that's faster. But it's bouncy, I like it. I love the bounce. Looking at someone else doing the bounce, it's way fun. It's more fun. Whee! There it is. Krisen keep. This is how I jump up the first time. I didn't know I can climb that rope. I think it's here, right? Oh yeah. Duelist Guard? Level 10. It's not that strong. I didn't mean to bounce in. I was holding my dash button for too long. I touched the eye. I got it. I think I might have farmed the 12 to 18 dungeon a little bit too much. And then now I'm here too strong. Oh, triple? Another triple? Wait, no, it's not even triple. Noble shirt. Nah, that looks okay. Oh, we can just get in now? Hell yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go back and complete the quest, and then I think the next one is probably gonna come here already, so we'll see. I'm going gamer. Gamer mode. Shares pizza with the chat. Nice. Pizza, good. guess we're doing it. There should be a quest from Enoch as well. Hi Cowboy, I'm going EP bedtime, so I wanted to pop in and say hi, bye. have a good EP, Dragon. Have the best EP. Warmth level. Ooh, I'm the one who warms. It sounds about right. I mean, Dragon Warmth. It sounds about right, yeah, again. No, you're too big to warmth? I thought big is supposed to be the one that warms. Right? I'm keeping this one. I think I have noble pants. No, that's vampiric. Here it is. So it's a set. Wow, that made me look so thick. Anyway, nine. Have a good stream? I will. Thank you, Level. Oh yeah, thanks. I can do that. I forgot. Boop the dragon. Yes. Level, very nice. All dragons are nice, actually. Great spear, golden chest piece. And 10 golden cores and 15 golden gems. Golem gems. Liquid stick, one whisper. I think I have this one. I need one more Blackwood log. Ooh. No, wait, I don't have Blackwood log. Vera Snyder, hi. Welcome. Any of you has one polite group below? I'm gonna steal. I have. Nice. I won. I won. Oh. Oh. Ding. Ding. Vileblade. I need a rude blade, 5 mouth beater teeth, 3 slimming eyes, and 10 death kill jaws. In the Crescent Keeps, the Max and the Effort Terrace, and Death Kill is a normal Sanctum Catacombs. Don't think I want to make that. And I already have a max spear. This one needs 15 health sludge cores. Max spear, rage boar spear, and health sludge core. This one, right? Max spear. Count Quackula. Rage boar spear. Oh, I don't have that. I did have a lot of health sludge core. Wait, I only need one? Heck yeah, I did it. Give me that spear. Thank you. I'm stealing your Blackwood logs. The same as this one? Why? Oh man, this hurts. This one, the boar head. Wait. Oh, okay, so 30 is the maximum? Kobo. Oh, hi Ixen. Hi Draken. Hi Desi. Sorry, I mean Lady of Fire. Hi. $15 max. I guess one stack of everything sounds good. Hope you are doing good. Do I look noble? What's that sound? Is that speaking? Gumbo Wumbo. Gumbo Wumbo. Oh my god. Oh my god, boop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dragon got pulled away from computer for 2-hour long convo? Oh shit. That is quite the convo. Is it like work related or... I mean, I'm not gonna pry, but 2-hour long convo sounds a little bit rough. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Work related. That's fair. So now we need to kill Colossus and we need to go... Yep. We need to go through Crescent Grove. Ooh. That didn't change shit. Oh, they did. Oh, red looks good. What? Typical pizza, I forgot the most important part of the toppings. But hey, for a hot honey pizza and beetroot drizzle for my... Oh god. I'm getting them remade and keep the old one, so that's 2 free stuffed crust pizza profit. I can add garlic aioli if I really need sauce. Barcode Kobo. Barcode? Barcode. Barcode. Hi Narix. Are you guys in? No? Whoa, get in, whoa. Whoa, get in. Get in, whoa, get in. Oh, I'm gonna make you all look at my stick. You look great. Heck yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, I just realized I'm probably gonna die a lot here. I'm a little bit scared. I didn't bring any tears. Thick? Someone said thick. Now you're gonna look at it. Okay. The pothouse serpents? It's a shame. If it was just fun, I'll not normally complain, but I pay 10 extra to get them stuff crust, so I want them better. Both drivers to 10+ minute drive each way, so that's ouchie on their part. It is unfortunate, but you know, when they mess up, guess they have to like compensate. It's part of the work. We're gonna be saving us a lot. I'll try my best not to die. I'll have my F2 button ready. Oh my god, we're so fast. Oh my god, what the fuck? I couldn't even heal. I don't understand how they work. I don't understand how they attack. I'm not warrior anymore, so this is a lot harder. Oh my goodness. Is there a Nexus I see a help bar for? Yeah, Nexus is here. Oh my god. I'm so bad. Like, these things I'm not too sure what to do. Diggy. There's a lot of dragons here. What is that? Michelin cape. Killer Knocket. Next power. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh, that looks pretty good. I like it, I like it. More pets, oh my god. This is Tomb of Greater Experience. It's not even enough. 25 to 39. 25 to 30, 31. 21 to 35. Dex power plus 3, Dex power plus 6. It's a little bit stronger. Where's Wool? I think Wool is here. Oh, Wool is there. Don't we want the key? Oh! Key, good. Is it here? Oh, there is key. There's a teleporter. Oh, we need more key. How the heck did you that little bounce? I'm so confused. A daring fall. Oh my god, one block and I'm already fatigued. Using two of them at once. Nice too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ooh. That was not telegraphed. Wait, I should keep one bell. Because I can play any weapon I want, right? So what if I do Dex spell? What's gonna happen if I do deck spell? More than I am? Damn, okay. They're gonna have skills for this? What happened? They become dummy thick? I wanna be bouncy too. Hi, Malaysia's Magpie. Bells are neat? Yeah. I think my next character I'm gonna do like just Bell, Mind Bell. Boss too. Bricks are best. Love bricks. What's this? Ooh. I wanna bounce too. Let's go. How much damage are they doing from that alone? Someone level up. Oh my god. Holy shit, that helped. Ooh, Atlas need a healer? I mean, sure. Heck yeah. 4 per party, right? We have 3. Gemville Ryman. Oh, it's a chess piece. Some 8 5 4 6 8 3 I mean, the dex power is slightly slightly lower, but oh wait, this is my own bow. Is there already dragon milk in the lake? There is Malzeno milk. The Halo 9575433 precise dex plus 5. Milk for dragon fish. Fish for dragon milk. There's Malzeno milk. You can yeah. I think this one is slightly stronger. Slightly. Deadwood X. Meshling K. I have that one, I'm using it. See what I'm wearing? Oh. Oh yeah, this one is a lot stronger. Oh, the Transmogrify doesn't disappear now? Nice. I might have dyslexia? Mine. I don't know if I have, to be honest. More mithril bow. Oh, what the fuck hit me? What the fuck? They still haven't fixed this? Or is this something that I cannot see? Yo, bro. And fake? Bro, how the fuck am I supposed to go there? There we go. I don't trust this. I should be healing. How the fuck? There should be spikes there. Is it because of anti-aliasing? Can I see it now? You want crunchy? Is it crunchy now? You want like very low texture quality? Oh, oh wait, that's Minecraft. Oh, I can hear it. It's the in and out spike, but they're invisible. I assume that's out. That's it, right? Okay, okay. I'll try to listen to that then. Do tell me if there's any, like... This one has spikes, right? Okay. God damn, no, stupid. Wall trap a spike that don't load visually? Sorry about that. So you both can see the spike normally? Yeah? There's nothing. You see them too? What have I done to deserve this? Fine, it's alright. They didn't load for some reason. Probably. No, that's the worst glitch I've seen from this game so far. Yeah, it is very rough. I mean, I was here farming this map for a while, and I don't see the spikes, but somehow I can get through them without getting hit too much, like just now. But just now, I get hit every time, it just can suck. Anyway, come and get me. These guys again. Oh my, ooh. Oh my god. That move sucks. I'm just gonna say it. I know that move is telegraphed, but it might as well have been not telegraphed. So is this game I can join? Oh, it's a friends only lobby. Right. Oh, I can invite you, I guess. Well, it's a friends only lobby. I heard that. Okay. Oh my god, the fight is still going on. Okay, I'm coming in. Oh, this is finished. Ow. Oh yeah, we need to be friends on Steam. You could try searching for Tiara and you could probably find. So no, it's fine now. I can vibe here too. I mean, if we add friends on Steam, then joining is possible. What the? I'm stealing it. Nice crown. Then we need to kill Colossus. Think we could try killing the Colossus? Okay, I see it. Mine. Oh, full equipment. Hi, Zuri. And let me... I think I can just invite to game, right? So you can join whenever. Oh, look at that bow. $23 to $14. This bow is slightly stronger. Okay, doing it, Zling. I think we can try killing this. I believe in WoW. I believe in WoW. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. About that? Oh my god, 82.
Ooh, shiny.
I'm going in. Okay, it's gonna be 3 times floor break right now. Ooh, I'm fatigued. Oh my god. I guess this is what I get for not adding fatality. We can wait until a lilac is here and then we can open up the chest, right? Half the toppings of the remade pizzas. Others are still good to eat. More kobolds? Magi Lord overall. I think I'm gonna drop this. Oh, it's a mystic. Wait, lilac. Do you want this? Fuguefo? Oh, it's a bandit! Oh, heck yeah. I'm taking it, thank you. I pet all the kobolds. They cheaped out on the remade ones, but so much better with its sauces. Sauce always makes things good, heck yeah. I think we might need to do one more time. I mean, currently it's just pretty much grinding at this point to get to like level 20, and then I can play my new mystic. So I'm gonna make a new character after this reach. After this reach 20, I think. It didn't count as me killing the Colossus. Fuck. Improve the Nexus? Heck yeah. Alright. On this. Necro Royal Ball 14. I'm keeping the golden chest piece because I know there's like a monolith chest piece that we can make. I need to make this one first before I can get the chest piece. So I need golden core and golden gem. Feels like I have a lot of them, question mark? Golden core, golden gem. Yeah, see? And then now the monolith. I got a chest piece for 15 monolith core, 10 monolith gem, 5 curse notes when the carbon goes in the grave. Monolith core gem and note. I think I have them. Now what do you look like? Green gem? Driving me crazy. Monolith core. This one. The rock. And then more iron. This is different. This one. And then red mushroom. Tea. Rock. This one. Blue mushroom. That would. Oh, it's so 15's max, okay. No notes, I think? Oh, I don't see no notes. Okay. I'm gonna bring like 2 tiers. So now they sell stronger stuff now? There. This one 28 to 46. Oh yeah, it's a lot stronger. Ooh, okay. There's some things that I can upgrade. I'm fishing? Nice, I got a lavender. Lavender is mine now. Gemville Raymond. Magical? Magical power, magic critical. I'm not that. Precise? Okay. Mesh link. Guardian. Oh, it's magical. This one. Guardian. Guardian is defense, magic defense, right? I'm keeping the bell for funsies. Gonna Lavender getting all the love, of course. Lavender good. I think I'm stronger now, question mark. I hope. I think my next goal is to make a monolith chess piece. I mean, basically I'm trying to get to level 20 now, so just gonna spam Crescent Growth pretty much. I don't see Nexus in the party. I hope he gets to heal you. Uh oh. I see everyone in the party. Fishbowl gets Cozy Cook. Yeah, I think we can do the Crescent Growth a few times. Hi, Juno Scout. They're playing the cutesy game as well. Hell yeah. Guess they haven't fixed that yet. I still cannot believe they don't have auto sort in storage. Please auto stack the items that I'm trying to store again.
Yark!
Yark? You have the game as well? Hell yeah. Best game, best game. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. All the yep. Oh, this is so cool though. I'm shooting something different now. And I forgot to buy potion. Oh my god. Am I serious that I didn't buy potion? Oh my god. I played too much fighter to not care about potion. Access granted? What access are we being granted for? No spikes here, right? Thank you. Whoa. No one dropped this? I just got two magical... one lively, one magical greatsword. Let me shoot, goddamn! Bow needs so much rework, I feel like. It's not that it's weak, it's annoying to play. When are you attacking? That was weird. It really is the fact that I need to wait for a bit before I can use my skill after shooting normally. It's like such a huge factor. Which goat boasting is cute as heck? Which goat boasting? I don't think I've seen it. Is it from here? I'm taking it. Regeneration potion. Chain scale chest. Rust fairy shield. Isn't this for Whoa? Whoa is gone. I'm taking it.
Yep. Yep.
The thing in the witch hat you were just finding. Oh, the carbuncle, right? Yep. Oh shit. I feel very healed. Oh my god, the not ready thing is gonna be so bad. I mean, it's already so... Ooh. Okay. Oh, thanks. I died again. Immediately. It's okay, I have tears. I didn't even have a chance to do anything, I just died. What's that? It's the same thing, right? You serrated longbow, and then this one is magic defense potion. I deliver berries to snack. Hi, Becky. Sneak. Hope you're doing good, Becky. Sneak. Sneak. Yeah, Becky is dragon. This thing again. So that's what acrobatic is for. Triple jumping and shooting is really good. Nice too. Hold on. I thought I was 10 years away from you. Oh, I feel super healed. Wow. I feel I was being saved multiple times, and then I was pressing too many buttons, and that hurt my wrist. I cannot believe it. Devious Signet Venom Shot. Yeah, Venom Shot. No, no points for Venom Shot. I should probably add some vitality. Not this. I want. Phenothican? Beep boop? Beep beep? Oh wait, this one heals? Oh wait, that's neat. Just put this here. I think my left hand hurts. Can I change the key for this? Who want divine? What's a divine? What's divine? No? Whoa knows? I already have it. Healing Stroke that damages bad things. Oh. Divine. Holy damage AoE. So it's a scroll then, but my skill is already maxed out. It is a scroll. Nexus can have it. Yeah. I was thinking I probably should change out some of the skills, but you know I don't have enough skill points. Let's go. Hello Dragon being pinned. Hell yeah. The good stuff. I swear to God, the not ready is gonna be the end of me. Let me use my skill. No, Nexus! Oh my god. Yeah, I know what AoE is. I brought tears. Oh, we finished. Now we're just gonna wait for Nexus.
Yep.
Yep. I forgot about that. I forgot about the beginning. The sequel. Oh no, you cannot jump over it? Oh, that was fast. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, look at this. Whoa, whoa, look at this. Link and stuff. Strike band pants? Oh, I'm already wearing it. Okay. The Rated Knuckles? Oh, it's a kata. Sasu, Sasu. What's this about? Ooh. saying that for money. Yeah, looks good. I'm gonna go back and clean things up. I'm questioning if I want to get this ranger to like level 20 now. The fact that I keep getting not ready yet, whenever I want to use my skill, it's just so painful. That needs to change. Food coma. Too much good food? Heck yeah. Although there's never too much good food, so heck yeah. Oh, if only there's a way to buy a regeneration potion. That would have been nice. There's still 50 health. Gonna get as much potion as possible, just in case I don't die too much. Oh Christ, it's this thing again. Rock, core, eye, core, gem, teeth, mushroom, and stone. I'm level 18 now, right? I think I have like a stronger armor now. Yeah, this one. And also this one, I think. Magical Cold Guy's Bow. Yeah, and then a stronger katana, Frostbite. Energetic Frostbite calls. What? Well, yeah, no, this one is way stronger. Even though this one could be exotic, I feel like. How the fuck do you have so much money? I don't know. I mean, how the fuck do you not have money? Hey. Ooh, Magilot sets? Gambling? Okay, fair. Wish I knew. What are you spending money on? Did you gamble? I don't think you do. Energetic. I don't want magical. Oh, it needs soul pearl? Okay. I think you sell soul pearl. One for like a few thousand. Jesus. Okay. I don't even fucking scritting. I can't really find it so bad lately. Oh boy, you're really heckin' cute. Wow. I like tree slices was too full after garlic bread and cookie. The waiting until eating cookie for second delivery made me feel more full. I got the soul pearl. to change this one. Mana font. I hate this game sometimes. Okay, one more. It's not bad. I think. Energetic is stamina. When it's Soul Pearl, fuck off. I'm out of money. My 20k is just gone like that. Ooh, wait, this armor looks good. Look at you. That's kinda cute, I like it. Mine. I have a bunch of not mystic stuff. I think I'm gonna like I'll keep going until I get to level 20. Fine. Like if I do the same quest over and over again, it shouldn't be too hard. I'm just gonna get to level 20 and put this here. The bow thing is just not fun. Like everything is good until I need to use skill. I need to stop shooting. Like, gosh diggity dang, man, that's so fun. Like if I'm shooting like this and then let me use skill immediately, what do you mean not ready? Considering I need to hold this button down to do skill. So if I'm doing this and then they suddenly say not ready, it's like ugh. Here, Kazu. I don't want to be elite. I don't want to be elitist in an MMO game. I just want to have my fun. If a weapon has a problem and it sucks, I'll voice it. Welcome back, Brian. So even if but you mentioned I'm a casual. Have you been to the valley yet? Which valley? And the Sagittarius facing a real creator 2 hours later. Every single game in this game can't I'm not trying to spam skills, I'm trying to do skills when I'm shooting. Is he not ready? That's what I meant. Yeah. Kivatura, are you pistol MMO players with those statements? Not the first time. Let go button, press skill, continue button. No, I have to let go for a second. And then if I try to do skill, I'm trying to hold the button, it says not ready. Problem, okay? If there's a problem, I'll voice it. If people has problem with me, that's the problem. That's their problem. I'm solely voicing. I'm solely voicing my own opinions here. Eevee bot? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we're going to the valley, right? Tool Valley? Who? That's the dragon. Come. I think you can. Oh, I haven't unlocked the Tool Valley yet. Oh, dang. Yum. It's mine. It's mine. Don't take it. Okay. Like if fighter can do that, I can literally hold the button and do skill. Why not let why not let ranger has that as well? You're very fast. You're here already. Just pull the trigger to buy. I just pulled the trigger to buy this. Oh, you bought Atlas? Oh my god, heck yeah! I think this game is honestly to me a money well spent moment. I'm in the temple. Someone went in the temple. I'm coming. Ooh. Ooh. Dire helmet. Didn't see that shit. Oh, it's a cosmetic. Oh. Oh my god, I look cool. But it's a cosmetic item. So armored. So armored, but no armor. I got baddies for your combo. You are cool. Oh shit! You don't believe it. Bighorn helmet. Yeah. There's a kitty bone. There say they are not. Oh, the reverse. Oh my god. Oh, we do see this? Ooh. From small to big. From small to big. This is the gameplay that I'm looking for. This is the Atlas gameplay. Like, you don't know, right? Sometimes something as simple as this, I will buy the game. As simple as this. Or as simple as let me play as a couple. Money gone. Like, the money couldn't even resist flying through the screen right now. Like, the money just like goes to the screen attached to it. Will the monster respawn here? It's a field area, right? They should respawn. The Pokemon very heated. The Pokemon is so gentle, just like slight bounce. Yeah. Oh, is this a species thing? Look at Woe, it's just like bouncing. This spike hurt? Okay, yeah, they hurt. Oh yeah, isn't this where Salo brought me yesterday? No one I feel familiar. I didn't mean to go here. Oh yeah. I think I've been here when Salo brought me here. It's like, hey, have you been here before? And it's like, yeah, I've not been here before. Played this game with my friends on the server regardless. We got first, it looked like it almost went to Horny Jail. Close enough. Oh, the middlemost is here? Oh, there's monsters. Next is... I'm going in! I got you! I got you! Fuck. By the way, Kobo don't have it. There is an alternate sit with sit 2. Oh! So only species that's not a Kobo has a sit 2. Speciesist? Speciesist? What the fuck was that? Oh my god, yeah, see the not ready? Ugh. Might as well just shoot like this. I want to do volley. I want to do cool shit, but the game doesn't allow me to. I went into it. At least we're gonna say Ra one? Just with today's situation. I don't know what that is. We just have to wait till the developer makes the cooldown faster in the updates for the game, you know? I don't know if it's to make the cooldown faster or allow me to do skills without waiting for like about a second with the not ready prompt. Yeah, and they're still in beta. The scepter is basically a bow but slightly different. I like bow. I just cannot believe they butchered it. Scepter is really fun. My main uses one. Guess I'll use scepter and bell and or bell when I play mine or mystic. So sit 2. The developer is biased towards certain weapons turned out. My scepter spews napalm? Nice, I love napalm. Looks like a close range scepter too. I mean, having bias towards a weapon is very normal. But I think bow is good. It's just this one problem is too big problem. This one problem is too much. Like, that's not it, right? The not ready, that's not it. If they just like allows me to use skill when I'm shooting, if I just like fighter, right? I can hold the button to attack, and then if I release the button immediately, allow me to use my skill, please. Right? That's the problem I'm looking for. Release, I cannot use it. So I have to wait for a little bit. And you know, as a job where your job is to just do this, and the occasional this, and occasional this. It's a very DPS job. I don't want to spend a time where I cannot attack, right? I don't want to spend the time just wait for me to use skill. That's bad. So that is the concern and the AA thing from me. Pretty much. Your main tips for your crit, not your skills. So a bow should just do this. You're telling me a bow should just do this. I mean, it works. Look at the Ranger gameplay. I'd rather play Ranger my way rather than playing it the optimal way. Let me use skills, goddamn! Jesus. And all my life I've been playing KMMO, that's been the way Rangers play. Well, everyone has their own way of playing a certain job. Isn't there? Going in. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh. It's a bad here. Nice. Even just doing that, it's not that much damage. This game is just different. You need skills to deal damage still. I'm trying to fight Ranger in Overwatch, for example. What the hero is thinking is a Ranger type hero. I don't think this is like Overwatch. Look, I voiced my concern. It's fine. If the developer doesn't fix this, I don't mind. Just don't play Bo, I guess. And that's it, right? No more. Yeah, if the developer doesn't fix the problem, it's fine. If the developer does fix it, good. Right? If not, then I'll just play the other weapons. Why not? That sound like cursor. Wait, what? I hope Bo gets a rework too. A rework is preferable, right? All I want is just change this. That's it. Everything I'm fun. Everything I'm having fun. You know, like just shoot like this. When I move, the strafe comes out. If I don't move, we stretch a straight line. If I move, this one comes out. It's fine. Oh, I can hold one to shoot, right? But and then you have this really fucking fun. I love it. Right? This one is great, shooting is great, jumping shoot is great, movement is great, parry instantly comes out is great. You know, everything about Bo is great. Only problem is that's it. One problem. That's it. I mean, without firearms in this game, for example, like blunderbuss, musket, or dual flintlocks, or a crossbow, well, early access, there's always a chance. There's always a chance. Early access. And the fact that they give the skill, they give this one, is to increase attack speed, is one of my personal favorite, right? Shoot fast, deal damage is one of my favorite thing ever, so that's why I love bow. This is the one huge problem I have, and that's pretty much it. Like I can gush over how much I love bow. Like, dude, I really love bow. The bow is static, and the fact that we're shooting arrows from a bow, something about that just makes me feel like, wow, bow is so cool, you know, that thing. Welcome back. I didn't. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to make the monolith chess piece. Will the search possibly be able to join the server as well? We do have maximum party already. I mean, you can still join, it's just that the party of like 4 only. Wait, you got that to work? Got what? I will love some slow but high damage like a rifle. I could give my Zangoose a re-weapon that fits a character. I'm interested but not party, they'll be fine by me. Yeah, sure. I think this is friends only server, so I can I'm gonna invite to lobby. Invite the bird. Nexus though, what happened? Where's Nexus? Yep. Where did Nexus go? Oh, I see. Here, I can help. I don't think there is. Oh shit. What the? What? Oh. Personal? Was there a carbuncle? Come on, are you just sending 2 feet to a creature and shooting them? Yes. If they're gonna if they're gonna charge at me all the time, why not just stand there and let them attack and parry them and keep shooting? Right? Because they are really fast. Even if I'm across the room, they can really chase me down. Here, let me show you. Hey, come here, stupid. See that? So like, why not just stand there and shoot them, and then when they attack, I just parry. it's a different enemy, different play style kind of thing. Are they in? Oh, they are. Oops. Hmm? I feel very healed. Basically, so right off with the game mechanics I like, but that's the way the dev did take spiritual Zelda series in the Dark Souls series in the mix. I mean, I feel like at this point, any weapon in the any swing in the game, and then there's gonna be like Dark Souls or Zelda inspired. It's a little bit scary, to be honest. They took both games as a way to make the game like so. I mean, I guess. Yeah, there's like so many games that so many games that I played that are like hack and slash, and then people were saying that, oh, this game is kind of inspired by Zelda and Dark Souls, and I was like, I don't know which hack and slash game is not inspired by Dark Souls at this point. Since I feel like Dark Souls is like the cornerstone of dodge rolls and swings and weapons. Lilac, what happened? So I think it's a little bit scary, question mark? Maybe? Reminds me of when I was 6 and played Duck Hunt by standing directly in front of the TV. Oh hell yeah, that was like the cheat code. Just standing in front of the TV and shoot at the duck. This game is by the fact that the environment and art style is Zelda-ish based, while the difficulty spike and harsh punishment from the mobs are inspired by the Dark Souls-ish fights. That's why this way how genre has become. So I'd rather just be like, every game is based on either Zelda, Metroidvania, or Dark Souls. So this is also why every time I play a game, I will judge the game by what it is. I don't care what the game is inspired by or inspired by whom, right? To me, a game is a game itself. And how the game wants to present themselves is how they want to be presented, right? How they want the game to be presented, they show it by themselves, right? So I don't want to say that the game is being inspired by like Dark Souls or like insert any mainstream game that's known by anyone, something like that. I feel like it might be a little bit unfair to the game devs, right? A little bit. I feel like they put their heart and soul to the game, and then when people say that, hey, this game is just like Dark Souls, it kind of makes them feel a little bit sad. It's almost the same, the equivalent of, let's say if I draw an art, and then people say that, oh, your art reminds me of insert a certain big artist here, and then it's like, then what about my own work? If my own work is being told that my own work looks like someone else's work, it feels a little bit sad. At least that's how I feel. So yeah, because of this mindset, I always wanted to play a game, and I want to experience the game as the game itself, and not to be like, oh, this game reminds me of... I mean, I can say this game reminds me of a certain game, but I'm not gonna judge the game based off that game that I played, and not make comparison between the game and the game that I mentioned, right? It's just how I feel. Which I also get, like when people say that, oh, this game reminds me of that. It's normal behavior. Some people might say that it's normal to compare a game to the other because that will make them strive to get better. I can see like both ways with this kind of statement. So yeah. Nice nice helmet. Helmet friend. Boop. Don't open that door. I think that is the end of early access. Download Sometimes I heard to say it's like X because like Zelda scratches a very specific itch in my brain, and if the game scratches the same itch, it's a reason for you to get it. That's also it, right? Some people like sorry. Some people like a certain franchise a lot. Like if you say, oh, this game looks like Monster Hunter, and it's like, whoa, Monster Hunter? What the fuck? And then I immediately want to play it. Right. So I also get that sentiment as well. You can say that it's like X without judging it. Shall we go find Brian? We should go find Brian. Everybody's playing a tree on the ping. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Everybody's playing a tree on the ping. I also get that, but I will also make sure that I will not judge a game from when I say it's just like Monster Hunter. I would say it's just like Monster Hunter. It makes me want to get the game, but I also don't want to compare Monster Hunter with the game that I would be playing, right? And it's the comparison between two games. It'll be unfair, right? Different team, different brain working on the game, different coder, different asset makers, different artists. A game presents as how the game wants to be presented, not inspiration is definitely there. It's just to say the game, to judge the game. Shit, how do I make this comparison? You know what, my brain hurts. I don't want to think anymore. Oh. Well, I was still selling. This one. Maybe me defending something like this, or like maybe me expressing my opinion might be a little bit toxic. Maybe, probably. I don't know. Oh, this rage ball. Make ball. Whiz ball. Oh, this one's maxed. This one's spear. This one's here. The notice here. The stone. And the rock. Done. Oh! Mine. Oh! That looks like the best. Done. Oh. Oh, look at that hat. So the mouse race is the only huge difference. One appears to be the same as normal sit. The mouse race has a full belly for me to do. Oh! Where is Brian? Where's Brian? Brian is at Sanctum still. You're a wizard? I'm a wizard! I wouldn't say it's entirely toxic, it's more that there are only a couple words difference, and so it's easy to mistake one for the other. And it feels like whenever I try to explain myself, because English is not my first language, I feel like people can really take my take what I say sometimes out of context, and people get mad at it. It's not the first time still, so I get it. I'm so jealous. I've been trying to get the Pointy Hat this whole ass time since the game released on Steam. I don't know where to get it. Someone dropped it and I found it. Someone dropped it and I took it. Need to find Birdhouse Brian. Oh my goodness, it's Brian. This is my greetings. Whoa, hey. Whoa, hey. Wow, 10 out of 10 game. Oh! It's so sweet. Oh, it sounds like bird chirping? That's so adorable. Yeah, oh. 11 out of 10, hell yeah. 12 out of 10. Fish out of 10. Oh my god, yeah. Pawn out of 10? Hell yeah. Fish out of 10? Why is Brian slapping his booty? Because Brian. What happened? Anyway, I need to leave. Work starts soon. Oh, okay, okay. Good luck with work. Take care, I hope. Of course, I will. Thanks for hanging around. Why not? Because he did have big interior booty, so this is better? He what? So he's playing the pun? Is that what I just heard? I don't know. The perfect gameplay. Sing to him. Like, oh, the bird noise is so good. Yeah. The Atlas ritual. Nexus, we lack one booty. 5 makes one circle. Uh-oh. Nexus in the middle. Oh, hell yeah. It's a paddling. Oh, hi, legs. Is this how you make a Super Saiyan God? Pretty much, yeah. Welcome next. Hi, Finch. Welcome. I can imagine the fan art this game has. I saw some. I saw some fan art and big, huge. big, huge. Right? Big. Need to see on the game with birds. Yeah. I mean, birds and reptilians are like so rare. I'm a simple man, fair. He speaks. Oh, well said you. Good, never mind. I see Kopo. The perfect gameplay. You wouldn't see this anywhere else. you wouldn't see this anywhere else. God damn. Alright. The clap. Yes. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Content. Content. See the clap noises? It is intentional, I'm telling you. Are your cheeks getting clapped? No. And clap that booty. Clap that booty times 5. Oh. They heard us. Wait, nothing happened. I'm just doing calisthenics. I really love the bird chirps. Keep my wing circulation healthy. Clap, 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 clap. A lot that content. This is truly the content. Okay. we love content, don't we? I'm just gonna drink some water. Yeah, this is worth $10. I know, right? Just this alone is already worth $10, I'm telling you. And spin? Okay, can I spin? Can I spin with chick? Can I spin? Oh my god, it's so sensitive. Whoa! Oh shit. Oh my god, it's so sensitive. It's so sensitive. I think I should make another character. I'm tempted to get this just for the heck of shenanigans. I think it's worth, to be honest. I'm just clapping my cows on the windowsill. Isometric exercises. Sounds about right. Save, I need to save. I honestly got super lucky because WoW bought this game for me. Like, I might just be the luckiest bolt in the world. I'm staring respectfully. Okay, what's going on? I'm listening. I'm certified KMMO gamer. I don't need gear. It's on the chest. This is a friend only. This is friend's only character. Wait, are you saying you can be naked? I'm not gonna get banned for this, right? Steam Ham reference? I don't know what that is. Sure, but these shenanigans are the only thing I use this game for. Struggle to not get distracted during the fights and then not even playing. It's pretty good for just hanging out and just messing around with friends. Yep. And if I'm playing single player, I can really go gamer mode and just like go grind and level up. New news part. Join the Swister Wyvern. Whoa. There'll be mixed wyvern. Oh. Oh, that's how you use, like, if it's not Mr. and Mrs., it's gonna be a mix. I think that's kinda cool. Ooh, bird dance different? And bird dance kinda cute. I'm absolutely here for the chill hangout tea games coming out lately. Yeah, something like web fishing. Web fishing is also one of my favorites as well. This one is definitely one of my new favorite because I'm more of that. I'm more of a actiony kind of gaming. I'm web fishing tonight. Web fishing is good. You just fish. Web fishing. Hi, Breen. I do not have the slutty thigh highs in the chest. They're in on the mystic. Depressing. I think I have it. Oh, wait, this one is only for Mystic, alright. Only Bun Host? Yeah, I think only Bun Host is like... Yeah. Oh. Right? No, free games and low graphic quality games. Low budget. I don't really think games need to look much better than this. Yeah, I mean the game is perfect as it is currently. I argue you can have a low budget game with a more realistic art style. But this is a particular and very specific design. Exactly. They planned for this. It's intentional. Little Company is a great example of that. Option gives the use Billinear featuring similar to and 64 users. There is that, right? Display. Buggy. I typically hate linear filtering, but it's not such yourself for this specific console. You can allocate budget in many ways just because it's no poly doesn't mean it's cheap. The way the game is made with intention of a certain art style is very different than just like low budget low budget asset flip slot. Noodle? It'd be nice if the camera zoomed in more though. Oh, Bird does it differently. They do a little bit of wiggle after that as well. What? Oh, yeah. There's no sleep. You can type slash emotes to find like a list of emotes I can have. Thickums. Look, it's making so many people act up over low poly thickums. I also turn on business scaling, makes things look a lot better. Does Burp sit too? I don't know. Does Burp have a sit too? I do love the crunch. Right. Oh. Snake. Red also break. Mouse race here. Now bring us a kobold. Shit. Oh, there was no hesitation on that shit. Make piss. No, there was no hesitation on that shit. I know mouses do. The chat is still behind the kobold head. I can't read. Oh, oops, my bad. I don't know where to put myself though. Mage's mouse unique. Mouse is a unique sit too then. Then maybe I shouldn't. Here, let me look for something. Here. I feel so overdressed. You should be, Brain. Gameplay. I love this game. This body ain't free. Yeah, equipment, no need to unequip anything. Overdressed? Nah, scales are the best clothes. True. Effect spam time. Imagine if my PC explodes from this. I think it would be very funny. I think the game runs. Oh, different races, different dance and sit and everything. Oh. Okay. Just stop sleeping. Don't listen to Jade. EPS level 1. Jade does have a point. No, don't listen to Ixon. I've many naps. Uh-huh. I'm listening. Oh, actually, let me go get my phone real quick.
Yep.
I'm Beku. Yeah. I'm AFK. I guess I am. Murph? Oh, look at Murph. Oh, the yip. Buggy. Seeing thick couple makes me want to go thick. Thick good. Me as big bonk? Hell yeah. I got big poke. I'm awake. Morning, evening. Murph, kiss Murph. Call. As far as I know, each race has a unique dance, sit, Musk is a unique run, and sit too. Okay. Heck, Murph, heck yeah. Enki. I have corrupted someone. Let's go. You know, I'm gonna change this one. You changed the mirror, right? Paint the mirror. So I mean, just like, oh, I already have maximum chest and everything. This is as thick. This is as thick as I can get. This is as thick as I can get. Unless you want maximum belly. Nah, maybe not maximum. A little bit of belly is fine. I'm gonna change the eyes. Which one fits my dragon actually? A little bit of this, I guess? No, my dragon is more energetic. This one is too fierce. This one feels evil. Wild Murph Gold. I was having weird broken stat issues. What? I kinda like this one. Outer Division. I ate it, not all the magic. Oh wait, I think because I might have the gender set up wrong in the game anyway. That's why I have no like booba. I might have messed up. This one. There we go. Yeah. Oh my god, so thick. So thick. Beach new. Okay, what's the ritual here? Lapa? Okay, no ritual, no ritual. Summoning demons. Good. Good. Wait, grub is a word. Oh, whoa. Tikaka, hi. Hi, Tikaka. Welcome. Oh, Tik.
Yep.
The damage on volley is pretty good, actually.
Yep.
Yep. How is everyone? I'm doing pretty alright. A little bit anxious about the flight coming next week. Long chill night? Sounds about right. Hi, numbers. So play what's your wisdom? And then I just go KFC. Wisdom is calling more call. Fair enough. Nexus, yep. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm actually just chilling before I make a new character. Booba. I have been enlightened. Booba. I mean, barcode? Omega barcode? Pistachio too strong? Can you turn the heat a little more? What is going on? I gotta die. C-H-A... or Chang. Or Cheng. Hey. I wish I can like select my I wish I can select my character without having to like disconnect and connect again. But I'm gonna where was cave? I forgot how I got there actually. Oh, in the library, you jump up the library. Yeah. Ah! I fell down. Damn it. I hate this game. Wait a second, I'm gonna jump back up again. Oh, this game is not a 15 out of 10, it's a 1 out of 10. Yeah, it's not the tower one. So you go to the tower and then you're gonna jump a direction. Yeah, over there. And then you go through here and then you just like keep dashing. You go, it's like a one-way road. Am I being followed? Oops, am I too fast? My bad. Yeah, it's a very long way to get there, but it's guaranteed. Is there a shorter way to get there? I see, okay. Don't follow me, I'm stupid. Komodo, shut the fuck up! I know I am, I know I am. Oh! Papay ni! Oh! Next power plus 28. Oh, holy shit. I cannot type. It'd be nice if we could change character without disconnecting. Yeah, true. Burp. Indeed. The conversation. I always love. The big thing I want for this game is to change character. Yeah. Without, like, I'm the host, right? If I want to change character, I have to kick everyone out. Well, technically. If I disconnect everyone just leaves, right? So, yeah, that sucks. I'm back. Oh wait, I didn't type like this. What the? What the? I need to make my sensitivity sensitivity to the maximum. We dehydrated. Oh god. Oh god. Input. Boom. Oh my god, it's so sensitive. Imagine playing Counter-Strike like this. Join us, Jade. Join us. It's a ritual. We have to do this. If not, I'm gonna disconnect. I'm gonna disconnect soon and then just like change character and play for a little bit more. There we go. Oh hell yeah! Wait, that's better. We go upon the great Kotomak. Is this making you nauseous? I hope not. Spin. I didn't know you can put so many O's over there. Jade will become the Yipper. No. No, Kobo. All characters lost. Holy shit! How many characters did you make? I mean, 6, right? Alright, I am going to make a new character, so gonna have to Discord, have to disconnect. A new and the funniest. Once the is done, I can always do it again. It's not for anyway soon, so we're gonna do the one she's on your stream. Alright, have a good watching. It's hard for me to talk today. I'm so sorry. I used up all my brain power. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Wow. It's really hard for me to talk today. Oh shit. I'm panning air. Oh wait. Oh shit. Wait, no. Staying here till the world ends. Good. Wait for a little bit until the world ends. Laboop. Hi, Kaisasus. World end. No. Wait. I don't understand. It's hard for me to type. It's hard for me to. God damn it. Oh fuck. Okay. Chill. It's fine. You're not 16. Fuck it. Imp, Poon, Kobold, Beetle, and Chang. Sternly, Inner Focus, Alacrity, Leg Up, and Siphon Leech. Too much booty, had too full booty? True. Make Bunai? I kinda want to make Bird. But you know what's funny? Kobold is meant to be mage focused. Right, supposed to be, right? With the skill like this, initial skill, and then like and then Bird is like crit. I actually like Bird, but I also want to make a Kobold! My brain cannot stop making Kobold. My all birds just so hot. Yeah, I don't get it. Birds are really fucking hot. Bird time, boats are addictive. I'm a boat and it's addictive, yeah. Mama 的屁股大 到一只小老鼠，老鼠在笼子里面死掉，就明天不再生活在这个世界上。I think that's I think that's random. unless what I said was not random. Kubo, it is, I guess. Thanks, game. I mean, I want to watch. I want to look at Kubo wearing robes, right? So we're gonna make a snake colored. So let me show you something. I want to make a snake colored. Where's my snake? I mean, I don't really have something like this. This is like the best picture I've got. Let me just... So I want to make... work? Okay, there we go. You see that? That's my snake character. I want to make something like this, color and if possible accent pattern wise. But yeah, something like that. Oh. Oh. Snake doesn't have ears, right? No, I got distracted watching your mouth move. What? My mouth? Snake book? Snake kobold? Yeah, snake colored kobold. I love how how all my characters have no hair. Big head. Big head. I need to do this first, right? There we go. I mean, obviously we're gonna make it thick. No hair. No ears. No hair, no hair, no ears. And the lazy eye. This one. And then I like this one still. No horns? Okay, wait. What kind of sign is this? I'm not too sure. No horns feels kind of funny. But then again, snake has no horn. I'll just use this one then. Snake is huge, mega huge. Honestly, I think kobolds are the best looking species in this game. They have the best options in my opinion. I have never seen the other never seen the other species, so I agree. I agree. I haven't seen the other species customization. What's mirror body? Yo, I just met Greg. Your best character? This chair is a bit biased. Probably, maybe? Love that big tail. So we're gonna play... Oh, only Scepter? I mean the blue oh, flip dominate hand. Oh, okay. Way objective. All mine? All mine.
Yep.
No horn, no ear, a weird symbol. The blue accent is probably the best I could do like that. This couple ate all the horn. Probably. Oh, that's fair. The milk, fair. And then, oh, okay, let me do this real quick. Don't create wrong, I keep pressing the wrong button. Oh my god. More delete. Okay. Go here, manage members. I'm done. Stick with 4 cues. Okay, so this is Stixia. Sorry, I was doing a little bit of a Discord thing. Yeah, we good. Thicker than a bowl of moss meal. Heck yeah. I mean, Snake is kind of thick, to be honest. Well, maybe not belly thick. I should turn down a little bit of belly. A little bit. There we go. Perfect. Alright, we good. We have Tiara. Oh yeah, ever seen Tiara? This is Tiara. I made it as close as I can. You know, the kobold. I think the skin color might be a little bit too dark, I just realized. And then yeah, just now the Ling Long. I forgot to put it in claws, it's fine. And then now you have Stixia. We Are Kobolds is back. Who needs clothes anyway? True. I like El Natural. Blue pistachio. Blue pistachio. Hey, you are truly blue. Scales are the best pens. Heck yeah. If you need invitation, tell me. I can always invite you. No problem. Ooh. Is that damage good? Wait, Angela is a kobold, right? I always thought a bunny, but I just realized kobold has this long ear. That's a kobold, not a bunai. Okay, you're a kobold. I just realized. It's 3 AM for me. I'm staying in the chat dimension. That's fair. That's fair. Alright, barracks, world portal. Wait, how did I discover barracks? Gateway, shop. I think she's Poon. They have similar ears. Oh. Oh, Party can do it. That's pretty nice. Do anyone actually use this? Spectral powder? No, you're cheating! I'm not using that. I'm doing quests slowly and leveling up. I mean, I have a few things that's pretty good here. This one is also really good. This one is also really good. With some golden chess piece here. I'm gonna go get Schnick and then join. Alright. Good Schnick. Alright, let's go kill something. Pure mind build. I love how there's more reasons for you to play the game. Maybe I'm just obsessed with the game. I'm not even gonna deny that I am not obsessed with this game. Like, this game is everything I ever wanted, to be honest. Right? I believe I mentioned it yesterday. I want a game where I can upgrade myself, become really strong slowly by leveling up or something like that. You know, loot equipments and stuff like that. And then you get to play as a kobold. It's like, oh shit. Scepter. What? How'd you level up that fast? Yeah, around 19 or 20 you're done with the game. I done with the game like twice already. I have like a fighter that's like 21. Then just now that ranger is at 19. Bow sucks. I hope they fix it soon. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Wow, early range is really hard. One health. Ugh. Alright, now I can use some points. Two levels, one fatality, I think. For 11, 3 to 6. Book good. Book is good. I kind of wish that the game has dual wield. Not like this kind of dual wield, but dual wield two weapons. Like a sword or scepter. Something like that. Might be asking for too much here, but it is what I want. Two great hammers? Yeah, that sounds fun. Alright, gonna go do the quest more. That'll be fun, right? Right? I gotta believe the game is running at 60 FPS, wow. Okay, we got the slime. Let's go back. And combo with dual wielding revolvers? Oh hell yeah. Also love to go scepter and sword, but I don't know how they'll complement that. Oh oh. It works, I guess? But yeah, I don't know how they will make it. Unlucky. I love how I'm just El Natural out there trying to fight. I should do the slime quest one more time because why not? Oh god. I was too fast. Gonna kill the slime, they were bullying me. It's so far making a typo, but a combo with a sword on the scooter sounds awesome too. Oh hell yeah! Beep beep. Any ears around? I need 2 more ears and then we can go to the catacombs. Oh, they don't drop things. Alright, I got the ear. Let's go to catacombs. Can look at the image of Super Serious Boat doing a spin and hearing the Tony Hawk Pro Skater Gap sound playing. It's perfect. Kickflips and stuns the most ferocious combo warrior. Kickflips and then behead an enemy. I think that's cool as fig. Bell feels very, very strong. Oh yeah. I can parry. And jumps over the dragon. Dirt gap clear 2000. Oh, I can use a shield, right? Yeah. Nice too. Oh. Wait. Whoa. This one. There's a hidden key, which I cannot take somehow. Oh, now I can get it. This is a game where even though I know what to do already, I can still like enjoy this game a lot. I'm still enjoying this game a lot. Even though this is like my third time playing the same thing again. I just feel like it's fun. I like it. What? There should be a sigil nearby. And the big one, I think? I got the sigil. Wait. Oh, this is where you came from. That's a scepter, right? Whoa. Level 6? I'm 5? Almost there. works. Oh wait, Taban is also... That looks pretty good. I like the top art. Look at that. Wow, wow, Yeah. I'm feeling sleepy. Somehow this game is very comfy. I'm gonna drink. Wait, let me do this. Oh. There is thick? Heck yeah. Seven to 16. This one is 5 to 11, okay? When you just headset, it looks like you're thinking really hard. It kinda does. My brain hurts. I cannot think. Getting Slimex already? To upgrade for no reason. I mean, it's not upgrade for no reason, but it's like just spending money. It's not that expensive, it's fine. I don't want energetic. I don't want precise. I guess? 69 crowns, very nice. Mana font? Mana font is plus mana, okay. El Natural. I mean, since we're going to do do I do level 6 to 12 dungeon again, or do I go kill Slimex? I cannot decide. I got the garb. Taunt with bell. Oh yeah, do the shop sell bells? Yeah, bells, you do. That feels really strong. Yeah, scales with mine. Wait, what? It does damage when it on its way there. Explode for more damage? No wonder Bell is so good. Yes, it hits slow, but man, the damage output is crazy. Bell fun. You think we can do the level 6 to 12 dungeon? I guess we can try. Yeah? Nice. Gonna go buy some potion and then we're gonna go get the dungeon. I guess I can do one more dungeon. I don't know why I'm feeling very sleepy. This game somehow is too comfy, question mark? I don't get it. Like I said, it's a very chill, comfy game. Yeah, true. No matter how intense the fight can get, in the end, it's always like a very... It's a chill, comfy game. Like... Yeah. My ability to speak today is -1. Holy shit. Fails. Oh! I think I got one shot. Hold up. Warrior legging. Oh, this one is strong. It doesn't look as good. I mean, it's not bad. I'm keeping it on. Just use recovery. I legit have been using it to wind down after work. Seems like a good choice. Yeah. I can see myself doing it sometimes. Yakey beaky. Gonna heal. Nice too. Oh, moisturized? Yeah. It doesn't help that this whole day the sky has been like cloudy, dark, not sunny. So it makes it even more comfy. That makes me want to fall asleep. Shit, I can't see shit. Nice too. That was not enough. Fireball? Nice, thank you. Fireball good. I like fireball. Oh, I got blocked by the second one. I'm coming back. You wanna try? That's fast. Okay. Oh, my potion is still on cooldown. that green toxin, that attack was born. Oh. Oh, I didn't even realize that hit me. Oh god. I'll aim at the boss. It's almost dead. No way it does that, I guess. Oh. That was unnecessarily hard. I actually need to go get some work done tonight. Hope y'all kitty and Krita have fun and a good sleep when you eventually go to bed. Night y'all. Good night. Good night, Desi. Good luck with work. Thanks for hanging around.
Yip yip.
Yep. Geist Lord Claws. Geist Lord. Initiate cloak? Oh, is this like the first cloak that Angela gave us? I'll take that as a yes. I love how the cloak is so small for my character. It's so small. Hello. And the ass of head. Wow. Cool name. The ass of head. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. The ass of head. Fish ass head. Oh my god. Nice too. You're finally awake. Hmm? I already have Bunhole Scarf, I can just sell it. It's alright, I'll keep an eye to it. Mana Phone Warrior Chest. I think we're both Mystique. Yeah, we're both Mystique. I only do things my partner's ass. Hey, that's fair. Mystic level 12? I mean, I'm almost there. I love selling.
Yep, yep, yep. Right hand.
Honestly, yeah, Sally's pretty cute.
Right hand, left hand. Yep, yep.
We love Sally. Oh, I'm already level 10. Ooh. This is level 12, okay. Skill points we can refund it, right? Mystic is Angela? Or Vivian? Are you Mystic? Apprentice? Okay, maybe not you. Yes and yes, no and oh, Angela. Okay. Hi. Got any quests? Hey. And then I just read the tomb, right? And whoop. Becoming a mystic. How is becoming a mystic not a shiny achievement? But the rest is like becoming a bandit and stuff like that. Oh wait, no, none of these are shiny now. Yeah, none of these are shiny now. Huh. I do really love Ancient 2, but I do wish I changed which is a little smaller. Like 2 sizes, yeah. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, she's super cute. Oh. Piercing spear of arcane magic in front of the caster dealing damage. Blink, mana flow. Commits with the mana regeneration speed. Oh, hell yeah. Restora. Prism. Cross. Explosive impact plus has potential to hit multiple times each rank. Cast a piercing spear of arcane magic in front of the caster. Stunning on adjacent target. Emits a ring of magic energy around the caster, pushing by enemies. Imbues a mystical spirit the caster near my allies. Increase their maximum magic and magic power. Oh, mana and magic power. She's not really gold non-material, but she's not goat-y enough. Angela. Sybil sits up there at number 1. Who's Sybil? Based Pseudo Regalia? Fan? Pseudo Regalia? Sybil is the main character from... Oh, that's a game! Sudaregalia. Sudaregalia. Oh, Sudaregalia. It's a very good platformer. Pseudo Regalia. Pseudo Regalia. It's a platformer game, so something like Ahead in Time? Question mark? I need maximum recovery. The next skill is instant with no cost to mana, health, or similar base skills. That's pretty good. from one point to the other. Yeah, it's super good. Also low poly. Sabu has the thighs and the butt, and it's cute. Hey yo. So it's the main character that we play in Pseudoregalia. Pushing back enemies sounds fun. I like this one. Nova. Bugs. Oh. Oh yeah, I need mana. And they're in a good balance. Oh, Fireball is pretty strong. Remember Mo Xiang? Mo Xiang... I heard of it, but I never played it myself. Oh. 11 to 12. Oh, hell yeah. And then... Oh. Oh, hell yeah. I like ropes, but ropes on thick? That's even better. What is that? Is that different bell things? Wait, no, you're using scepter. Oh, I can use this one. 12 to 23. This one doesn't change, right? The charge attacks for some sectors are bell, and bells are different depending on the weapon. Oh, charge attack! I forgot to read the book! I think I don't want Guy's Lord Ring. I already have like a bunch of those. Oh, I can even do bell. Magic bell weapon charge. Hold R to charge attack. Cost 20 mana to charge. Cost 12 mana to charge. Let me... I should probably use the unlearning. I'm sure I have 3k. Unlearning is... 1,000 something? Unlearning. Oh, attributes. This one. Give me. Oh, it uses less mana. Cast a piercing spear of arcane magic in front of the caster, dealing damage and stunning all adjacent targets. I guess this one's pretty strong. Oh, it's an instant cast. Oh. That's so painful? Ball good? We have bell good and now we have ball good. Yeah, it's piercing too, it's really good. Yeah. Ball good. I don't know. Thanks for the 7th stream streak. I think I'm probably gonna stop here for today. Tomorrow... Tomorrow I may be playing more... I'm not too sure. I'm like, my brain is already at the very convention that I'm not... I just want to... Oh no. I'm sorry. Me no stream today. Oh my god, I'm actually so sleepy. Oh my god. I was thinking the same thing. The sleep, but it's only like 6, 5, 6. It's only 6. No. No. Yeah, I feel like my brain is already at the convention that I feel like I'm mentally not here anymore. Oh shit. Shit. I'm just, I guess I'm just too excited, huh? Yeah, I'll stop here for today. I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Can I play like 2 days of Counter-Strike? Can I play 2 days of Counter-Strike? I don't know. I cannot decide. I want to play Counter-Strike though. Just make that cake, heck yeah. Play what you want. Heck yeah. El Natural. I feel like today's Atlas session is pretty much just about 30% is just us smacking butt, or like do this. That's 30% of the stream, and I love that. Very, very nice. Yeah, this game's great. Like, I didn't buy this game. WoW bought this for me. I got very lucky. Very, very lucky. Hi Astro, cute couple. Have a good eat. I will. Thank you, Astro. I'm gonna disconnect. Astro, whoa, whoa. Next character will be Red Pistachio, probably. Hi, Fluffy. Just got done watching a movie. Oh, nice. Aliens was good. Oh, Alien movie? Bon. The movie called Aliens? Oh. Oh, well, disconnected. It's just... You, Pierce? Oh, it... Okay, okay. Mystic is so strong, hello. I just need to do this. Apparently they nerfed Mystic hard because it was really strong before the Steam launch. Deserved, I guess. I mean... So far, I feel like the bell for Mystic is really strong, I guess. I just haven't unlocked the things yet. Okay, let's just say Scepter is also really strong. This one pierce, right? I don't know how much it pierced this one. And being able to charge and do this. I know every weapon's a different one, but this one is like, Scepter can also have a shield. Yeah, I'm holding one. Look at that. I have a shield. I'm shielding my bod. Highest DPS overall, I feel like not surprising, to be honest. If you launch at the right angle, it'll stop near the ground, take 4 times and then explode. Can I like aim at the ground first? Not really. It just explodes. Ding 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 da. Yeah, very strong. What the charging attack is gonna be? Wonder what the charging attack is gonna be. Gonna do the lunches now. Have a good lunch, Merc. I'm gonna save and quit. Thanks for playing with me. Stopped hosting We Are Couples. No more We Are Couples. Go here. Done. I forgot what I wanted to say. Yikes. Anyway, let me just open up some music. I don't like the dead silence. This one. And then we're gonna see who to raid. It was fun playing booty sword swing game all day. Huge agree. It was really fucking fun. I know I say this a lot, but it is the game that it is the game that I wanted. I'm a huge sucker for leveling up, adding attribute points, getting stronger, getting more equipment, loot, and all those combined. I would play more if you have I think I can only play range without ping, and I like fighter the most. Yeah, it's tough. It's also sad that because I'm in Malaysia, and most of my friends are like not from Malaysia, so the ping is gonna be absolutely terrible. Oh. Sad cobalt noises. I'm looking at the problem is mostly pattering with that ping. It gets super important later on. Still playable in range? Range you can just like sort of just run around and it kind of works. Kind of. A little bit. Dazi is doing 24-hour 4K Thanksgiving bash. Oh, so it's like a special Dazi stream. Playing Darksiders stream. You can keep distance easier, still to parry, but it's as extremely needed as ranged. Yeah, true. It's just that you still need to block, because just now when I was playing bow, maybe because I didn't add any points to vitality, and then it's like every single thing almost one-shots me. It's either two-shot or one-shot, so it's like, blocking is fine. Parrying would be so much better. I guess we can rate Dazi. I just need to hide again when Dazi shows a random clip of mine. I'm always so scared when like I rate to someone and then being shown a random clip's like I feel the I feel embarrassed when a clip of nothing, or just like a random clip, or a very old clip shows up. It's like I start to hyperventilate. It's like, oh god. I've been putting 2 to my main attribute, 1 in vitality, dexterity, strength expanded every other level. Yeah, that's fair. I need to do that. I need to do that more. I was just thinking, I mean, my fighter is 1 level 2 strength 1 vitality, and then 1 level 1 strength 1 dex 1 vitality, and then just repeat, right? 1 level 2 1, and then 1 level 1 1 1 to the stats. Just 0 mine because brain hurts. Don't you cute? Dex helps crit overall for magic and physical. Even magic and crit? Cool. Yeah, let's rate Dazi. Let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And a rat. Rat. And I have a Discord channel. I will announce a bunch of things these days, so keep an eye on the announcement. It's more TLDR. I stream an extra day on Tuesday, like that you're on firm. Yeah, I'll post pictures when I can, but this year I'm very excited and very anxious, because this year the purpose of me going to firm is very different. Right? You guys can kind of guess what's going on, right? You guys can kind of guess. I think Premier and Charlie are going to firm too. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, they don't know how I look like, then good. You don't know about saying, yeah, fair enough. That's why I'm just like, I'm not being open about it. I'm just like, you guys can guess. That's pretty much it. Right? I'm not about to like blast you all with with what I'm gonna do in firm. You're going to? I do. I think I'm probably gonna suit on only Saturday, I feel like. Probably. Or possibly Saturday, Sunday, both days. If I can. I mean, I probably can. I still have the stamina to do it. I just am a little bit scared because usually it's gonna be very crowded. But one thing is good about Firm this year is that they have like three floors. That is the convention space instead of just 2 floors. Because back then it was like 1st floor and 3rd floor. Now it's 1, 2, 3 floor. And then 3rd floor, I think it's the entire 3rd floor is for the convention space. So I think that's probably gonna help a lot. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably gonna help a lot. Hell yeah. So yeah, I'll do some announcement on Discord. 1 extra day of stream on Tuesday, and then gonna go Firm on next Friday. Next Friday I'm gonna fly already, so very anxious when it comes to flight. But I'll be fine. Here's the rate message. Is Dazzy going for be right back? I hope not. I'm still gonna rate Dazzy anyway. You got this. I'm gonna try my best. Heck yeah. I'm gonna type in the rate to rate 3. Oh yeah, there is rate 3. I think there's rate 1. Oh dang, I didn't get my dragon milk. I mean, I've been using this a lot back then. Rate Shiny is one of them. I think rate 1 is like the old one. Like when I was still decrypted. I don't even remember what was my first rate message. Is it rate 1? Oh no, I don't even know my own command. I should just go Streamlabs. Fuck. Why am I like this? Rate 2? Oh. Whoa, 3 stream? Oh heck yeah. Did it reset? Clubbot. Cobalt says hi. Oh, this is my first Cobalt raid message. What's rate 1? Oh wait, there's rate 5? So there's rate 2, rate 3, rate 4, rate 5, rate shiny. Yeah, that's the right message. Oh, wait, we're gonna rate Dazzy shiny? I mean, Dazzy is the king of Cobalt. I guess we can use that one. Oh, and then there's compatible as well, I forgot. Yeah, I guess I don't have a rate message when... I don't have a rate message when I am still encrypted? When I was still encrypted, question mark? I guess we're gonna rate the shiny. Hi Kian! Welcome. Thanks for stream. Of course, thanks for hanging out with me. I had big fun. Very low energy too. Oh, this ad break, goddamn. Since I can't come in at the end, it's alright. Better than missing the entire stream, right? Thank you for the company, Pink Kobo. Of course. Thank you for the company as well. Right. Alright, let me type in right to Dazzy. We're gonna use this rate message then. It's been a while. We need to show them what kobolds are. We're just gonna rate their shinies. Done. Oh, the ad break is not done. There's like 1 minute left for ad break. Yikes. Yikey peaky. I don't like. I actually don't know if this week am I gonna work on art. My brain is not here anymore. you know, my consciousness says I should, but then my brain just be like, what? Always enjoy the cozy vibes. I'm glad. That makes Cobalt very happy. I gotta wait for the ad to finish. I mean, there's only 8 seconds left. Okay, I'm gonna go rate. I'm gonna go probably get some food and get some rest. Yeah. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Cobalt loves y'all. Cobalt loves y'all. Here comes the raid to Dazzy. We're gonna raid to another kobold. Another kobold. Good luck from Goku. Thank you, Goku. Thanks, Goku. Goku always knows how to lift my spirits up. Honestly, there's like a... there's like a few parody accounts on Twitter. There's Goku, there's Vegeta, there's Master Chief, there's Faustrax, there's Malzeno, Kushala, Gore Magala, Tobi Kadachi. All those parody accounts. I am enjoying Twitter a little bit more. I follow all of them, and then Goku is like every day is gonna be like very uplifting. It's like you know you survive worse. You're gonna make Wednesday like a beat that Wednesday up. You got this, something like this, right? And then Vegeta, I never really seen Vegeta post as much. And then Master Chief is always like the realist and seeing what Goku is doing, and then it's like, hey, Goku is at it again, and then someone's going to fix the problem or something like that. Hey, I love parody accounts. They're funny. I love them. I love parody accounts. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Goku hates New York. Goku is from Japan, right? I don't know. Bye bye.